Do a quick sound check. Thank you, Clifton. Good morning, 44 Trade Nation. Yeah, actually, Mark, you beat me to it. Thank God it's Friday. What a wild ride it has been. And yesterday, managed to take a few put options that really just saved my tail. And what was otherwise a pretty, red day for me yesterday. But those put options really did help out. So I've been looking for a little bit more of the same today, to be honest. We're seeing markets subtly recover from what they're blaming on a regional bank fraud issue. And if you notice, it was like a 10 million or $100 million challenge or concern, and markets dropped significantly. I personally think it just an excuse to justify taking profits and bringing markets lower. But all that to say, Trump to the rescue with his comment about high tariffs on China will not be sustainable, and markets are now bouncing from pre-market lows. So what does that tell me? It tells me two things. One, structurally, if you look at the Qs, we've been talking about a retest down to that 589 area. If you notice, we kind of put a double bottom in, which tells me two things. Either that retest is in, and it happened here in the pre-market, and we bounce and go test all-time highs, or we legitimately take out that low, sitting right down at about 590 or so, and we take that out. If we take out 590, it's Wyckoff distribution completed, we'll say. So what to look for? This level is really, when we look at Monday, kind of in the same place where I was mentally on Monday, which is what are we going to do right here at this 598.14? We cannot break 594.34. Oh, let me share my screen. Give me 1 second. Let's see, what is it, 921? Yeah. Okay. All right. You guys see this? Let's see. All right. So Monday, you guys remember, I was watching this level here. It's 598.20. Seeing what we did if we held it. If we broke it, I wanted to see what we did here. 596.43. And then was really concerned if we broke this level, 594.34, kind of as that last resort. We broke that into the 590 print. We didn't quite test this. If you remember Monday, we shorted the market and then went long the market right here, which was pretty cool. Or it was Tuesday, I think. So Tuesday, and it worked out pretty well. Here's one thing worth noting. All-time highs, 2.2% away from all-time highs. So I'm not suggesting that we take out the highs today. However, it's worth noting that that is a possibility. From a Wyckoff distribution perspective, you're kind of looking at it right now. I mean, this is a pretty solid version of what a Wyckoff distribution looks like. The only thing missing is the last leg of it, which would look something like this. So I'm not suggesting that that happens, but because it's a possibility, we're back to these Monday levels. I'm more concerned about just doing more information gathering. Like, do we push higher? Great. Happy to go long. Do we collapse and retest this 590 area? Great. I'll go short. And I'll be using options quite a bit again today on a Friday. So let's just say good morning to everybody real quick. Leron, good morning. Frank, first one in. Good morning. Mark, always good to see you. Good morning. Leron, good morning. There's Brian. What's going on? Vincent, what's up? There's Darren. Amazing. I'm looking forward to seeing some of you guys post your trades this morning. Appreciate that in advance. Amir, good morning. Jay. And it was Leroy asking what platform is this? What, this one right here? Hey, good morning, Anita. Good to see you. Well, I'm not sure the question then, Leroy. All good. Excuse me. So anyways, hopefully that helps. Again, I'll be watching the cues like a hawk today. Also worth noting, I don't know if you guys were watching Bitcoin overnight. Yikes. Look at this. Look at that. Pretty significant drop there. Obviously, with these bounces, though, like I'm keeping an eye on Bitcoin, right? Like if I start to see Bitcoin push this like 108, which is where we were like holding at the close yesterday, maybe we see a little bit of a rally in Bitcoin. So I know this 105, 500 level has been like the next level to retest. And again, we see this push, maybe risk on, another signal that maybe markets are going to try to push higher. That said, when markets are aiming lower, it's up to us to make that call out. So again, coin is a natural selection, I would say, is something I would trade in parallel with or in sympathy with Bitcoin. So we'll keep an eye on coin this morning. Posted my watch list, and again, it's going to be a little bit slower for me. It's a Friday, number one. Number two, we got rescued yesterday by some put options that, you know, had I not had those on, I would have for sure had a red day yesterday. I got hit, literally like all my stops were hit. And yeah, anyway, I'm going to be a little cautious today. It is Friday. Don't want to be overdoing it. We do open in about 3.5 minutes or so. So yeah, let's keep an eye on coin at 320. I mean, let's go big chart with it real quick. There you have it. Here's your anchored VWAP from a progressive move. We're in this, 312 is kind of where, I don't really want to see that break. But if you look at, we talked about what the 4 stages of a, stock look like typically. Let me pull it up. So maybe some of you guys haven't seen that. Sure you guys could look this up on your own as well, but doesn't that look like the 4 stages in one shot? Right? Christian, yeah, straddles are, if you use them right, could be valuable. In fact, that's probably what I'm going to be focusing on with some of these options today. So it'll be, if we start breaking some of these levels that I highlighted on the cues, it's I'll probably be using like a spread, put spread, and then if there's opportunity for stocks that I might like take for example Oracle, yesterday went bananas, went straight up while the market was going straight down, and then people caught on like, oh, we should probably sell some of this. So I'll be keeping an eye on Oracle today for sure. Anyways, just wanted to show you guys this, that like when we're looking at live examples of like, hey, what are the 4 stages of a stock typically? This is from here to here, a pretty good illustration of these 4 phases, right? And it's pretty, right? Accumulation, uptrend and markup, beginning of distribution, then a downtrend and a markdown. So that said, we could be starting to accumulate on this side now, or we continue that distribution to the downside. It's just interesting to, keep an eye on. Obviously, you could see I've traded coin quite a bit over the years, but I'll be watching this area. 305 is kind of pretty contentious area. So we'll see what it does around there. If we start to break that, then, you know, might be interested in going short there. Give me 1 second there. All right, so guys, market's open here in a minute or so. Anything you guys are watching? Looks like RGTI. Let's take a quick look at RGTI. Also, I'm going to keep an eye on JPM and KRE today, because KRE is the reason, supposedly, that we started to tank with all these troubles they're having in the regional banks. It's the same age-old problem that they talked about not too long ago. If you guys remember Silicon Valley Bank going out of business, same thing. And then what ended up happening, JP Morgan comes to the rescue, Morgan Stanley comes to the rescue and buys up a bunch of the assets. So keeping an eye on JPM. Obviously, they just reported incredible earnings. All the banking sector did. So we'll keep an eye on some of these names here. RGTI. All right, market's open here in about 15 seconds. I'm going to go long TSM here at 298, guys. It'll be my first trade. TSM over 298. Good luck, traders. We're in the TSM trade already. Yay. Okay. I like NVIDIA as well at 180.04. I'm watching Oracle at 303. Let's see what that does. Okay, 180.04 on NVIDIA. Let's see if we can get it here. Again, I'm not being bullish for the sake of being bullish. I'm actually more bearish today. However, if there are going to be names that pop, I want it to be ones that are two things: one, around AI, or two, that are tied to the Qs. Why? Because I'm likely going to use put options on the Qs if I'm going to choose to use them at all. Guys, look at Oracle now below 300 bucks. Okay. All right, let's take a chance here on coin as well. We'll go small share size. I wanted to get 321, but 322 looks okay as well. Nice. NVIDIA. Nibble. Take a look at Prax. Let's look at Prax. JPM kind of slow. Whoa. There goes Prax. I might have missed coin here, guys. Oh, wait. I want to see who does that 200 EMA. Guys, I'm going to add to TSM. I'm going to go full share size, TSM. And if NVIDIA can finally get over 181, I'll add there as well. But I'm just trying to be patient here at the open. Oracle's really biting it right now. Full share size on TSM. Let's go. We'll wait to see if we can actually get a pop there. Get over 308 would be incredible. We were trying to get 308 yesterday. Hey, good call out on Prax. It's just not, not really my speed. I'm more concerned that that thing can turn around and tank because of this massive pump we had. What was that? Wednesday? Obviously, phase 3, getting approved, etc. Like all that stuff is great, but anyway, good luck on that one. RGTI, yeah, JPM, sure. Oracle really getting smashed right now, guys. No partial on TSM yet, guys. I really want to see it get to like 305, 306. So I'll probably take a partial maybe in the 303 area. And Oracle, what do you guys think? 297.50 area. Okay, it's at 297. Awesome. Yep. Come on, TSM. Little redemption. Yes. I'm going to add to NVIDIA right now. Not full share size just yet, but I like it. I like this move. I want to see it now get over this 181.86. You guys notice I've been marking up my charts here for some of these levels that we've been approaching and rejecting, et cetera, But the only reason I'm even considering going long here is in the off chance we do get a pop because of what Trump had said and we do not complete the Wyckoff distribution. Great. We take advantage of it to the upside. We start seeing these levels fail on the Qs, which right now I'm not. Let's pull it up real quick. I'm going to take Oracle small size 297.50 probably. Let's see. I'll wait. But if you notice, like we're just barely above that 200 EMA. And we need to see a pop like we saw on Monday to get that, confirmation that we move to the upside. I might have missed coin. Shoot. Guys, NVIDIA and TSM looking great. Both we added to full share size on TSM, but not quite full share size, but about like a little over half on NVIDIA. Just because I've seen this waffle around in this area, I need to see it push over 183.20 for me to get really, really bullish on it and, hit it for more. Coin, I do like it though down here. Maybe retest is like 322.50 or it's out of here. It might be too late. Anyway, back to what I was saying. If we could get that pop from here to here and it's a confirmed move, then we've got a shot at maybe, pushing higher. To be fair, we're only, 1 or 2% away from all-time highs on like the SPY, for example. So we keep an eye on that. If we start getting a complete bearish engulf to the downside, though, you already know I'm going to dump all my positions and then let's grab some put options. Yeah. So let's see. Mark, we'll pull up. Looking CBX. Yeah. The only trouble with oil right now is I think it's got to be more, cue the disclaimer, but it would have to be more like a position to hold for a while. Guys, I'm going to get ready to take a partial on TSM. Monster trade for me, guys. Do I wait for 306 or do I take my partial at 302? What do you guys think? Guys, I like Oracle here. I'm going to go for it. Small nibble. Small nibble here. Let's see what it does. 298. I would like it better at 297.50, but let's see. I'm going to go small order market. Let me see what I can get right here. Wait for it. Man, why is it so spready? Okay, there we go. 298.42. Not the best entry ever, but whatever. It is the beginning of a nibble on Oracle, y'all. Coin might be off to the races now. I might have missed that shoot. Oh well. Guys, I think I'm going to get it here on TSM. I'm going to pull up the level 2 here. There we go. Stack the bids. Stack the bids. All right, that's a small position here in Oracle. I'll move on. I'll let it do its thing. What do you got? CRWV. Let's take a quick look. What else you guys watching? Post it here in the chat if you don't mind. There's definitely no shortage of opportunities today. Everything in the market, it's like 50. Like, look at coin. That would have been an awesome trade. Oh well. CRWV. Maybe sympathy with Oracle. I don't know. So pick which one you like. But I think directionally they have the chance of doing the same thing. Okay, Oracle looking nice here, buying off the bottom here. Let's see if we can get a pop over maybe, I don't know, 300. We'll add a little more. Actually, let's do it now. Why not? Small add there in Oracle. Again, it's a one direction type play here. And the big reason is I'm keeping an eye on the Qs. Hopefully you guys are doing the same. The disclaimer, obviously, but You see how we had this little pop here? This is a 5-minute, but I want to see if we can get over 600.05 and then 602.50. That'll give me an idea that bulls still want to play the game, right? If we do not get up there and we start doing this, I will buy some put options, which looks like we're setting up right now. Let me keep an eye on those put options. We'll look at next week. Uh-oh. TSM just hit down a little bit. No bueno. All right, let's look at, I don't know, next Friday maybe? They're going to be expensive, I can imagine. Yeah, they're really expensive. Implied volatility has gone up, obviously, after that big move yesterday. What you'll see in the options chain is called IV. And so therefore, they're stacking those premiums pretty significantly. Let me see here. Is that the 22nd Wednesday? It'd have to be down at 590. No. Okay, we need to see the market bounce right now. Otherwise, I will get these put options. I'm looking at next Wednesday. The 590s are down at like $1.08 right now. But we're seeing the sell side volume pick up here. So I'll be patient, because if bulls are going to step in, now would be the time. Right here at 200 EMA, here's kind of that yellow zone I've marked as far as volume is concerned. If you guys are using a volume profile tool, I highly recommend it, just because it's really easy to use. Drag here to here, and you will get a volume profile. You see that? Oh, how funny is that? It's right at the level I've marked before at 598.14. Hopefully that helps. All right, let's keep an eye on this 200 EMA, guys. We crack that to the downside, I'm grabbing these put options. Right now, these are the 590s out till next Wednesday, and they're about $1.07, $1.10, call it, give or take. But I want to see if we end up just bouncing here. In the meantime, still hanging in there with Oracle, TSM, and NVIDIA for now. Okay. TSM's breaking my heart, man. Again, yesterday it did similar, but really thought we'd get it today. Now I'm kind of kicking myself for not taking a partial in a 302 print. NVIDIA looking okay. Oracle, I don't know what it's doing. Coin would have been a great trade if anybody took that. So let's see. Hood, MSTR. Yeah, AXP reported American Express. Stofa, Oracle, Lily, NBO short. Thanks, Derek, for posting. Yeah. Mark, you're looking at IWM as well. I actually have that up on this screen. Yep, there's that rejection exactly. Yeah. This is, again, data gathering. Data gathering for me today. NVIDIA looking okay. TSM, we'll hang in there. But I'm like, this move on Oracle, I don't really mind at the moment. But we cracked the low of session. I'm not even a big enough trade, but I am looking at these put options pretty heavily now. Let's see what we do with this 200 EMA on the Qs. Uh-oh. Oracle, I'm back here. We'll wait if it just retests the lows here for a second. There goes the break now on the Qs. Let's see if that's just a undercut and then we bounce to the highs. I'll wait. Oh my God, the premiums are now $1.30 on these 590 strikes, guys. Yikes. Talk about that premium getting stacked. All right. I'll buy. I'm going to a couple of these, put options down to 590. Oracle, I'm going to dump this position. Small losing trade, no big deal. This TSM trade is starting to hurt though. And I'm kind of kicking myself a little bit for not taking that partial at 302 like I wanted to, but oh well. Coin, I'm going to go for a small position. Probably to the downside here, but we'll see if we bounce off this 200 EMA and move like sharply higher. So out of the Oracle trade, guys. Small losing trade. That's all right. I'm not too worried about it. TSM is hurting a bit though. Just watching this 200 EMA, see if we get a bounce. And if we don't, well, we'll take a little loss on that one, but I'll wait. Wow. Wow, these options are so expensive right now, guys. Like I'm looking at just Monday. Monday's options for at the money puts are 482. Calls at 496 are $6. What? That's pretty wild. Wow, there goes the break on Oracle. Straight down now. Glad we got out of that. TSM making me a little nervous. You know what? I'm going to double my share size on NVIDIA. If we break 180.04, even by a cent, no, let's call it 180. So 179.99. I'll dump NVIDIA, but we're going to add here. I'm going to double up. Double share size. We're doing it. Boom. Risky business. Let's go. Target's going to be right up here at this 183.20 area for a breakout. So I could finally get my 185 print. Bitcoin is rolling over a little bit, so I won't touch coin yet, but very curious to see what it's doing down here. You're watching AXP, okay. Yeah, you know, trouble is price-wise on AXP, it's high in the last 12 months is what, 349? So they obviously reported great adoption of the Platinum card. So I don't know, maybe small swing trade there possibly. Guys, we're going to bounce here on the Qs. NVIDIA looking fantastic. Yes, please. Yes, please. NVIDIA looking terrific. Wow, that's what I'm talking about. Here come the Qs, guys. Let's keep an eye on the Qs, see if we get that big push to the upside here. There's the candle that I'm looking for to, validate that bulls are going to get back in control here. Otherwise, we start seeing another rollover like we just saw. Notice this area, 596.43. We've been talking about that level all week long, right? So hopefully you guys have this marked up on your charts. I have a little rectangle, I have it colored out here for you guys, make it a little bit easier to take a look at. So this is like we need to stop here. We need to figure out what price is going to do. We get above this, 600.05. We should see some bullish dominance. If we start seeing that get rejected, well, then those put options will become valid. I'm just looking at them; they're so expensive right now. It's a little concerning. Yeah, I misspoke too on even the 590s. That was today. I was looking at the wrong date. Excuse me, on the options chain. So I was looking at next Wednesday initially, and unbelievable. They're $400 for one contract. It's wild. People charging that premium. And normally people are using those put options like as insurance or hedges, right, to their investments. And so when you see that level of, I'm sure you guys have heard of VIX. We've talked about the VIX many times. And a big reason we were talking about the VIX this week was everybody's thinking that markets are going bullish, 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 but the VIX kept going higher, 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 which tells me, or at least higher and stabilizing. That just tells me that people are getting puts to back up their portfolios. It's a big part of it. So typically the higher this goes, the lower markets go. And the lower this goes, the higher markets go. And it's not entirely accurate, but it is an indicator, an oscillator to keep an eye on. Guys, coin would have been an awesome trade. Bummer. But the good news is NVIDIA, ta-da, looking great. GSM back on it. Let's go. 302 target. I will take a partial this time around. Just hanging in there. Wow. Did anybody take coin? Awesome if you did. I had my two opportunities there. JPM. It's banks were supposedly the reason that all this happened, but I do like this level actually. So good call out, Vincent. Let's see what it does. If it rejects this area, maybe we can get a bid down in this area, 296.34 area. If not, I mean, this is where you'd want to see a pop. So, the question is like your stop would have to be what, 295-ish? So 2.5 point stop for what? Maybe 2 points. So it's a 1-to-1. So I'd love to see it retest this down here, like 296.50 area, and then hold, then go long. But let me know if that happens. I'm going to move over to Lily because Darren's in there. Looks like he's shorted Lily. Really? Okay, let me look at something real quick here. Come on. There we go. What are you doing? There we go. Yeah. By chance, did you pull a 50% retrace on that from the downside move to see like where you ended up? Just curious about your entry there. And your long SoFi. Nice. Notice this level, guys, 180, 186. I have this level marked for a reason because I want to see. This has got to be phase one of the breakout push on NVIDIA. So we just spiked above it right now, right as I was talking. So if we get that push up to 183.20 and break out, guys, this would be a monster trade for me. I got 2x share size. The Qs are now pushing. We talked through it, what we were hoping for on the Qs, right? Talking about it all morning. Let me go back to this big chart. Wish I would have left that little mark I had on there previously, but You guys remember me just marking it like, hey, I want to see a candle that looks like this. There's the candle. Fancy that. I really, really enjoy when markets are technical. Now, yesterday, in theory, we saw this nice consolidation and a push, right? I wanted to see this 607 retest and bounce, and we didn't. So once that rollover started, I'm like, I can hang in there on some of my trades. Once we cracked the low of session, I put on some put options on the Qs yesterday. And the premiums like went through the roof. It was kind of crazy. Just because the drop happened so quickly. So I was even shocked when I looked at, what I paid versus what I sold them for, because you could just see that people were jumping on board with a lot of these put options because of this announcement. But anyways, I still like Oracle right here off the bottom, guys. I might actually get back into this trade. TSM, go baby go. Here comes NVIDIA, guys, 183.20. If we go, I'm going to take a partial 183.20 and then targets could be like 185, 187. I really like this 297.50 area for Oracle. Guys, the Qs are pushing high. I'm going for it, guys. I'm going to do Oracle again. Let's 297.50 this time. And this time, I'll actually throw a little bit of size on there. Not too big, not half, but we'll, instead of starting with like 50 to 100 shares, we'll go a little more than that. Let's see. Darren, you're long SoFi. Nice. Okay, cool. Oh, yes, on Lilia, looking for reversion back into pre-market. Stop is 50% area, 800. Not department, but off a small size. Cool. Yeah. Hey, it was worth the trade, right? Now, granted, it's Lily obviously because it's it's a $1.30 spread, right? And if you snap an ATR, like average trading range for that, it would be, I don't know, it'd be good to know that, because it's down obviously like 2.5%. So getting a 50% retrace, and then 800's a nice perfect round number, right? So I would imagine people are going to try to push that 800 print, and if you start seeing that rejection, then I think you're in the right path, which could be a continued breakdown. So good luck on that, Darren. I know I call you our healthcare guy, man. In fact, what's interesting, let's actually pull up healthcare. Let's look at UNH for a second and Elevance, ALV. Kind of curious to see what's going on with these companies. Guys, here comes TSM and NVIDIA. Go, baby, go. Anybody in these positions? Holy smokes. Come on. What do you guys think? Take a partial on NVIDIA. I'm 2x. I'm like stacked on this position. All right, guys. I'm going to take half off. There we go. Half off the NVIDIA trade, guys. Still have full share size. But we went 2x share size, and I know it's only like, just under 2 points. But I'll take it. Vincent and Jay. Risky business, huh? Let's look at AMD for a second. Also kind of like this with the good news, but we didn't get filled yet on Oracle. So I'm going to move my entry to 297. Hold on. Okay. 297, Oracle. This is what I don't like when we see price rejection in between these ranges. Like it's either 600.05 becomes your floor, and then 602.50, or I should say 602.87 becomes your next level before pushing higher. And when you stop in the middle of a range like that, it's concerning. We did it yesterday, right here. When we peaked the highs, we should have continued the breakout up to like 609.71, which is the all-time high on the 7th of October. But we didn't. We just stopped in the middle of the range, which is concerning. We're doing it again now. So Let's trade cautious. Guy, give me 1 second. I got someone at the door. I'll be right back. Michael, thank you. We were talking to myself. Um, well, I was just talking about JPM. I'm not sure if you guys saw it. We talked about this one. Was it Vincent that was looking at JPM? And I said I'd like to see it down to 296.50 area, hold, and then push. I was looking at other stocks, right? But we just got in here because I'm looking to see if we get a pop over this 200. My stop loss will be literally 1 cent below here. TSM, really want to see 302 push. I'm not sure what part you guys heard or didn't, so I'm just kind of going over some stuff. We already took half off NVIDIA. I want to see a breakout over 183.20. Coin still looks great for you guys who took that. But like I said, JPM, be a tight stop right here. Only reason is I wanted to see that retest 296.40, 50 area, hold, and then push. So I would have loved to have my entry down here, but I wasn't looking at JPM at the time. So we should get one candle that goes like this, or I get stopped out. That's what we're looking for. Very, very, very technical. I'm telling you, I love when markets are this technical because it makes it way easier to trade. But you have to be willing to like scalp, and if you do, on the off chance, news headline comes out and boom, you get this massive bar, great, then take advantage, or vice versa, right? If it does this and tanks, then you just have to be prepared for it. Because like right now, this is a headline market, which is pretty wild. All that to say, yes, we're getting pullbacks, yes, we're getting some drawdowns, yes, we're seeing people take profits, sure. However, let's not forget we are near like 2% away from all-time highs. I think we put in like north of like 30 all-time highs this year. That's pretty crazy. Think about it. But again, I talked about this rejection area in the middle of a range like this. I do not like that at all. Like it needs to be this for like bulls to say, hey, hello, we're here. But if it rejects again here, I have a feeling we might get a candle that looks like this. So keep a close eye on that. NVIDIA looking awesome. JPM, here we go. Go, baby, go. TSM. The next time we see 302, I have to take some off, guys. I just have to. I really wanted to see a 306 print on TSM today. And maybe I get there with, after taking a partial, but I just don't want to have the full size exposure on this. We're up right now about 3 points or so on TSM. So it's looking good, feeling good. NVIDIA, we still have full share size in there. We took, we went double size. So we're looking for that 183.20 breakout. And if you're asking why 183.20, look left, right there. Point of rejection. We had it yesterday. You guys remember we're talking about that trade with Amir as well. And if you notice on Wednesday, we had the same problem, right at the same level. So if we get above that, we should start to climb and markets should start to climb. However, if we don't, then markets probably will not climb. So again, good litmus or indicator are some of these big names. I get it. Sometimes it's baffling to keep trading the same exact stocks, but if you know how they behave, you start to learn the personalities and traits of certain stocks the more you trade specific ones, right? So guys, look at coin. Nice trade if you guys took it. Wow. Shoot. I was even thinking about right here getting in. I was like, do I short it? Markets were about to roll over, and then we popped on markets, and you see what happened. Nice lift on coin. Guys, getting ready to take a partial TSM. TSM. Come on. 302 print. Let's go, baby. You seeing this? Vamonos. Vamonos. Look at NVIDIA. Woohoo! TSM, guys. 302 just nailed. Let's see if we get a little push. There we go. There we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Getting ready to take a partial TSM, guys. Unless we take the top off and scoot. Come on. Come on. Wow, coin. Shoot. Who took coin? No, I'm not messing with Oracle. Like, again, I think it's got a shot at, a bounce, but where? I don't know. All right, guys, TSM is up near the high of session, so I am going to take some off. right? Unless we break out. Come on, come on, come on. Yes. All right, that's good enough. Took some off TSM. We could still appreciate the move. I'm going to take like half off of my NVIDIA position as well. Actually, you know what? We'll wait. 183.20. If we get a push, maybe we start seeing 185 to 187. And we're in position for, I'm going to call this the AI trade. Big reason why I'm so, I don't want to say bullish on these names particularly, but AI is kind of saving the day, we'll say, for these markets. So TSM blew their number. I mean, they had awesome earnings, like awesome earnings. And the stock tanked. So I was like, what? Maybe I could get it cheaper. I don't know. We tried yesterday. We got stopped yesterday on TSM. We tried Coin yesterday, got stopped on Coin yesterday. So I'm kind of looking at some of the similar names that we had yesterday. And today, we're in position and collecting. So again, I want to see this breakout over 183.20 on NVIDIA. And it should be, again, could, should, would, different words, right? It should be a big candle. So let's see if we can get that breakout on NVDA over 183.20, and it should be a monster move. Again, targeting like 185 area would be amazing. Coin looking fantastic if you took that. I'm going to actually get away from that because I can't keep looking at it. It's going to break my heart for not taking it. Prax, wow. I'm going to see if I can you short that? Let me see. Let me check. Prax. How many shares are available? It's over 1 million shortable. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. What are you thinking about going long? Yeah, Vincent, look, Oracle for me, like I wanted to get in there. Right. And frankly, actually now it looks way better. Way, way better. Guys, TSM just popped to 303. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see if we get the breakout in the video. If we do, if we don't, I will take a partial. If we do get a breakout, I'll wait till 185. Yeah, I actually like it here too. That looks nice. I just didn't know where the bottom was going to start to form on Oracle, but you know, overall they had some decent news yesterday. And you know, I think it wants to hang on to 300. I think there's a lot of money sitting at 303. So right around this area. So if you were to buy it here, you figure what's the low of the session? 293.61. So you'd have to risk like 3 points. For me, knowing that there's all this sell side, you know, volume on the left here, I'd want to see it retest around here 295 so that you can reduce your exposure to the downside. Worth noting too. Oh, come on, JPM, what are you doing? No way. Don't tell me NVIDIA is going to slow down now after getting up there. Come on. Breakout. I guarantee you they're looking at the same exact thing because they know if we hit 183, I don't care, 30, 183.30, this thing should launch like $1.50 in the blink of an eye. So here's that. We were just talking about Oracle, right? So I'd want to see it right around here, like 295, call it ish. But the problem is that's a total like bearish engulfing candle. So maybe there's more room to the downside. I won't touch it. Like the only way now it would be worth taking is you got to get above this candle because right now it looks like it's going to go down, what, 292? I don't know. So I would wait on Oracle. Look at the cues here for a second. Again, data observation levels, 602.87. That stays above, goes above, breaks, goes above, breaks. Every time we get in this level, it breaks, or we have, you know, a challenge. See that? Even here. And we're sitting there right now and immediately are selling. So bulls really want to set the tone. 607 is where we need to be in a hurry. and we're at 601 right now. But again, if we bounce up to like 603.5, maybe time to take some partials again. We'll see. But the big one that's going to move the market today, it's got to be a name like NVIDIA. Yeah, there goes Oracle to the downside again. Yep. When you see that kind of stuff, though, Vincent, this looked good. This bearish engulf immediately. No thanks. I won't take it. And we just put in a new session low. So how low do we go? 290, 280? I don't know. Right. So this is either a short. I mean, even now I wouldn't even short it because you're running into potential levels. Right here. So like 292, 20-ish. Look at that. As we were talking, boom, snapped to 292 and changed. So if it doesn't bounce here, then you've got way more room to the downside here on Oracle. So someone knows something, and I don't know. I don't have the news on it. Maybe you do, but how's the Lilly trade? I didn't look. Darren, I don't know. Are you still in that? What else are you guys watching? I know someone was talking about Rigetti earlier. This JPM trade is putting me to sleep. I don't know what's going on here. Let's see. Rigetti. No, not for me. Guys, let's get it on NVIDIA. Let's go. Let's get it. Would be amazing. Amazing. Excuse me. Amazing if we get that pop like I'm anticipating. Again, it needs to go to like 183, like 50, and then go bam, just take off. That's what I'm hoping for right now. A breakout candle. And the Qs have to be complementary to that move. And right now, this area is proving to be a problem. Man, look at Oracle now. 291. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. All right, let's see. Put GSM back up here. Well, I'm glad we took a partial here, GSM, but just kind of sucks that it didn't keep going. Wow. Look at Oracle now. 290 print. Woohoo! All right. I'm getting a little bit worried right now on the Qs. Obviously, NVIDIA can really take us higher. And we're like right at that level. So either we reject here or we break out soon, and the Qs should reflect that move, which should bring some momentum across other stocks. Guys, here it comes. Come on, NVIDIA. I'm glad you didn't take it, Vincent. But we were able to talk through it live. I hope it helps. It's like this looked nice for the step up, but as soon as this bearish engulfing candle showed up, that's game over. It's basically signaling, hey, we're not done yet. We didn't get to sell what we wanted to sell yet. So hopefully that kind of stuff helps when we're going through it live. JPM, having trouble with this 200 EMA. If we get above it, we should push 300 psychological level for JPM. And I think there'll probably be some optimism around whatever happens to regional banks will likely become part of JPM. I mean, I don't know if you guys remember that, but we had a few banks. It was Silicon Valley Bank. It was what was it? First Republic Bank, maybe. I want to say. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I remember their logo was like an eagle. But they ended up buying up all their assets and just reshuffling, like completely gutting the business. And then JPM got to take the assets. NVIDIA, come on. Game of patience again on a Friday. Guys, NVIDIA. Anybody in this NVIDIA trade still with me? Sometimes you just need one. Interestingly enough, Oracle, I was talking about 292. If you got in at 292, you'd have a limited risk. The trouble is, you know, it could easily end up in the 280s. So we're getting a bounce again. If we don't get a bearish engulf here, what's the low now? 290. So it's 3.5 points. No thanks. No thanks. I don't like this candle on JPM. I have such a small position though in JPM that it's whatever. And this is starting to feel like a false breakout now on NVIDIA. We should have ripped here. It's out at 183.50 and then rip. Guys, I'm going to take some off. Get the 183 print. Why not? Beautiful trade. I still have some in the event we just rip right now. And totally fine with that. Totally fine with it. Still got a nice chunk of shares, we'll say. TSM, what are you doing? Come on. Be nice. Go higher. Okay. Oracle might have oh man, let me look at the level 2 on this thing. Oracle. Yeah, gross. I don't even like the order flow on it right now. Shy bidders, which tells me more sellers are coming on Oracle. All right, this is do or die now for the Qs, y'all. JPM, I'm going to find something else to put up here. Someone pick a stock. What do you guys want to see on the screen here? Again, I want to see JPM do this, get it to like 301. Cool. We'll make some money. TSM, we're still okay. We took partial. Glad we did, but it's brutal. I mean, it was up at 307 is the contentious level I think it should be sitting at. And after absolutely crushing their earnings, I'm surprised we're not. And it got upgrades. So better forward guidance, blew their number out, and got upgraded by like 4 different places to like price target like 360 or better. And it's down here. Like what? Maybe it's because it's next door to China. We're having issues with China right now. I don't know. But anyway, I have an interesting dilemma on Taiwan Semiconductor. I mean, literally, they've almost monopolized. Like, if you get a chip for NVIDIA, it comes from these guys. Anyways, I digress. It's always good to know like how all these companies are, tied in together. Okay, I see some bids stacking now on Oracle. Well, what the heck? What is the news? 310. Boost their price targets for Oracle, raising it. Oracle expects revenue to hit 166 billion by 2030. Okay. Looking around here. Oh, JPM. Come on. Oh, my stop's already there, so fine by me. Earnings. Let's see. What did SLB doing today? I don't think they had great earnings, did they? No. Oh yeah, beat top and bottom, but it's just hanging in there. Let's see. Ally Bank. Financial. Interesting. Here's a fun fact. Do you know who the largest lender is for automotive vehicles? And guess if you'd like. Don't Google it. It's a surprising one, I think. It's Capital One. And the second largest is Ally Financial. So if you hear anything concerning vehicles that's, lending related, now you know where to look. Hopefully that helps. The more you know, the more you know. All right, TSM, this is getting ridiculous. Unreal. I'm going to hang on just a bit longer because we're at the VWAP. Maybe we get a bounce here, but this is not fun. Google, no. Meta, no. I haven't traded this in a while. Nope. Don't like it. This is gross. Oracle still got room to go. Ooh, it's a big pullback on coin. Bitcoin futures down at under 105 right now. 104,800. Yikes. Just barely got over the close and then dumped 5 points on coin. Can NVIDIA save the day? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Maybe, maybe, maybe. $292. Oracle. Might get interested. Maybe, maybe, maybe. Markets are rolling over, though. This TSM, come on, man. That's brutal. I'm glad we took our partial, but come on. The more you know. Clifton, you're awesome, man. Let's see. JC, you're looking at Toyota? Oh, you were saying for the lender. Yeah. That's a pretty good guess because that would make sense. But yeah, Capital One. Followed by Ally Financial. Yep. Yeah, I caught it there, Jay. Yeah. MSCR is holding while Bitcoin is dropping. Let's look. Man. Well, it's worth noting MSCR 280 level has been a typically an area to hold. But if we roll over on these markets, yeah, MSTR, like I don't advocate their business. I can tell you that. Like I can appreciate what Saylor's doing to like promote the value of crypto, but it's missing the actual value, in my opinion, which is the blockchain technology. And now people are catching on to that's the important part of crypto, of like what we consider crypto or Bitcoin, is an immutable ledger, right? And distributed. Like it's, the technology is awesome. And it's perfect for especially banking or financial institutions. I mean, you can create a bunch of different smart contracts for, you know, agriculture or shipping or transportation or logistic. I mean, there's so many ways you could use blockchain. It's an incredible technology. And the problem is the emphasis of Bitcoin as being this, you know, gold or what have you. It can be replaced with anything. That's the trouble. And we've been talking about that, right? Is maybe having a second global currency, reserve currency by the end of the year. Because it doesn't take much. Like if you have the technology enabled, literally, like it could be Circle, it could be a US coin, it could be a British pound, it doesn't matter. So you're disrupting like the Forex market, which if you guys remember, that's the biggest market out there for traders, followed by bonds, then equities or stocks. Interesting also, by the way, yesterday, the 10-year, I don't know if you guys were watching that, but guys, markets are rolling over. Like, did you see this drop all the way down to like, what was it, 398 for the 10-year bond? Pretty crazy to see that. And we saw markets reflect that move. Anyway. I always wonder if there's like certain topics that are more prevalent for you guys, or that you prefer to hear about, learn about, or whatever. Sometimes I'll just go on a tangent and you guys, you're like, 10-year note, who cares? No, we should. Guys, coin is rolling over. I like this 322 area, but I'm not catching a falling knife. No thanks. Look at Oracle now, 289. That could have been the short of the day right there. TSM, I'm sorry, but we're going to have to dump you here in a minute. We did make some money on the trade, but I don't like giving back money on this ridiculous downward move here. I'm looking around, I don't see any news that would be terrible. Let me see. Hey, where's my JPM trade? Oh, did we really get stopped on it? Oh, that is ridiculous. Yeah, we got stopped out of our JPM trade. Wow. Oh, well. Wasn't even paying attention to that. I'm going to give Oracle a shot here. Catch this falling knife. Let's see if I can get a fill here. 290.25. 290.25. Oracle off the bottom. Guess where my stop will be? Any guesses? $289.30. So I'll give it a point. A little less than a point. 289.30 will be my stop, guys. It's hard coded now in the trade. Hopefully it doesn't happen. AXP is on the move. Let's see. Glad we're hanging on to TSM for now. If it does not take out this high of session, I will at least trim it. At least trim it. Yeah, not a ton of volume in it on AXP. Obviously, I think that earning push is kind of in the books, so maybe it inches higher, but because it's not, it's a little more spready, right? 70-cent spread. I don't know. Maybe not for me. Here's a fun one. Tesla keeps messing with that 437 area. They report earnings next week. So, I don't know. With markets rolling over, look at this, is so gross. Look at this. 602.87. We know that's been a contentious level. We talked about that live. It then bounced to this other, like, bottom end of the range where 602.53. I saw like a lot of volume in this area. It rejects here and just literally inches lower, like a melt. It's not even like a direct, like, yeah, dump it. It's just a little melt. Pretty gross. Pretty gross. Okay, we might get stopped on Oracle. Oh, the Qs look really gross right now. Really, really gross. And we're seeing volume step up to the downside. Yikes. Well, that was fun. Oracle, done. Canceled. Oh, man. And this NVIDIA, what is this, man? What is this? Ironically, the one that started it all, this stock yesterday. This is what kicked things up. For $100 million, we lose $1 trillion in the market. I don't buy it, first of all. I get there's concern, but still, like, hey, we're victims of fraud and lending this and that. Like, I don't, it's just a bunch of baloney, if you ask me. But, you know, whatever. Markets reacted. I think it's just an excuse to get out of markets. You ever notice that there's like news magically when, you know, it doesn't make sense, is all I'm saying. To have $100 million fraud problem and to tank markets $1.2 trillion, no. I don't buy it. Oracle. I do think if Oracle gets a bounce, though, it'll be vicious. I think I could have swore it was their open world, I think. Oh, it ended yesterday. Yeah, I knew something was going on with these guys. Yeah, it was the 13th through the 16th. Oracle Open World. It's our annual big event. Come on, TSM. Go visit $315 so I can be happy with this trade. Uh-oh. Look at Bitcoin now. A little bouncy. A little bouncy. No way. 323. Yeah, I mean, I like this area. 323, 322. So maybe I missed it again. No. And Oracle, I swear, if it bounces here, guys, that's super disappointing. Like, we got in, got stopped out, and now it's turning around. And now this looks like actual real bidders are stepping in now. Oh, man, come on. Huh. Well, Hmm. Let's The price action on the cues is really, really frustrating to watch. It's starting to look a lot like yesterday, where for every 3 candles to the upside, you get 1 candle that takes all 3 of them out. A bearish engulf. So, like, all signs are pointing to downside movement. So I'm going to take some off TSM right now, take some off of my NVIDIA trade right now. I think we are going to begin the rollover here. Let's pull up the cues. What does Monday look like? Unbelievable. They're so expensive. So expensive. Mm-mm-mm. All right, I'm going to go for coin here. Let's do a small size. Gross. All right. 32672. We'll get in there. The trouble with market orders sometimes on the way in. Sometimes you get a great fill, sometimes you don't. It's a small share size on coin. On the off chance, if you're wondering why, defending that 105.5 area. It's a big level for Bitcoin. So let's see how well it gets defended on the off chance you get a push above that 200 EMA, mount the VWAP, and take off to like that 108 area. And if we do, we should see coin reflect that in a move to probably, I don't know, 338 or so, which is where we were having trouble all day yesterday. I mean, even on this share size, 10 points would be a nice win. So anyway, hope that helps. I will be out of here at 11 because it is the weekend. I'm going to leave these positions on. Probably just throw the trailing stop on, especially like NVIDIA. I don't mind keeping NVIDIA and then like putting a stop, let's call it like 179.80, something like that. So there's plenty of room. Guys, here goes coin. Ta-da! But it is, should be a good weekend. Should be a good weekend. Anybody doing something amazing this weekend? I might be getting a new motorcycle after all. Yay! Add to the collection. JPM is just no thanks. I was like thinking of getting back in there, but no, I won't touch it. There's nothing really jumping out at me right now. Maybe Tesla because it's got earnings next week. Maybe. But like maybe the attempt to buy this dip again on Oracle. Maybe. But again, nothing really. This 437 area on Tesla. You guys all remember that. We've been talking about that for weeks. But you know, we keep trying to push. 442.50 is the next, I think, big area of contention or breakout for Tesla. But because they report in 5 days, like here, I'll use an example. Let's pull up Tesla's options chain. This is an example here. Let's see. Oh my God. Wow. As of right now, the expected move is $35, $36 in either direction on Tesla. As of this moment. So obviously, if we push higher, that could change, but just that's based on the option chain currently for next week's expiration after their earnings. So that's the anticipated move today. So that means $400 or $470 from where it's at currently. Puts things in perspective. Jay, I currently have a V4S Ducati, but I'm looking to get something that's a little bit more that I could street. So I'd love to get two bikes, one that would be like just a cruiser, and then like I'm actually looking at an MV right now. Do you ride, Jay? Yes, the bike I currently have is just, I mean, it rips, but it's definitely not for like cruising around the street. You know what I mean? I am, yeah, Jay, I am. I mean, I like racing cars, bikes. My wife actually wants to get back into riding. She had a CBR 1000 for a while, and she loved it. But she was like, you know what? I don't need to be riding something that fast. But now she wants a bike again. Go figure. Yeah, so I'm actually taking a look at, let's see, I'm trying to find a picture of it. And this isn't the exact bike, but let's see. Oh, I couldn't paste it. It's too large. Okay, let's see if I find a different one. Let me see if this will paste. I don't know if it will. I just tried it and said it's too large, so I don't know. There we go. You see that? I mean, this is obviously like the factory photo, but so I'm taking a look at this weekend. Fingers crossed. Maybe if I don't enjoy the ride, I won't buy it, but that's a big contingency. Yeah, that's like my all my cars are, you know, black, and when I would go race, I had gold rims on the Porsche, so I like that color scheme too. So when I saw this bike had it like from the factory, I'm like, what? Yeah, yeah. They're a little harder to maintain, but like these days, I actually do the I get them wrapped with paint protection film. I use like Expel. I'm actually tempted to do. They have a stealth wrap, so it makes your car look like it's like a satin or matte color. I may try that on my next next go around. But it is expensive. But when you break it down, I mean, it's totally worth it in my opinion, especially on a black car, because keeping those clean can be challenging to say the least. What is going on with NVIDIA now? Come on, man. I do not like this rollover on the cues. I mean, thank goodness we took money off on NVIDIA and TSM, but geez. Coin. This is not fun. Let's see. Nothing jumping out at me, guys. I don't see anything that's like super exciting, other than the fact that the cues are rolling over. Look at this. Yikes. So do you guys remember my little illustration earlier today before we opened? And I said, would I, you know, expect to see it like this, and then this? You guys remember that? Little concerning because it's starting to look more like this, and that would be a Wyckoff distribution completion. Kind of concerning. Any of you guys take the time to look into that, by the way? Let me delete that little line here. Okay. You guys see that? So let me do 15 minutes. We've been talking about this one for a while. Like, you guys see this? Up thrust, here. Challenge of 607, we did that yesterday. Challenge of 607. Then we have breakdown. I don't know, man. That looks concerning, we'll say. We talked about this, what, 2 weeks ago, I think? Oh, yeah, it was 2 weeks ago. Exactly 2 weeks ago, on the 3rd. If you look up our October 3rd, we were anticipating a big up thrust and a big leg down. And the follow through. See where it says trading range? Where do you guys see the trading range? Right? Right now, I'd say it's like in this area. Right? Start to crack those levels, then I don't know, down to 575 maybe. So actually that's what I'm gonna do. Where is this? Qs next Wednesday. What is that? The 22nd. 590s. 590s. And we'll get some 575s as well. Oof, they're so expensive. Gross. But let's do it. They're $4. Unbelievable. I hate paying this much for options, especially this far out of the money. But you got to do it. Start small, 590s, and then if we progress lower, I'll pick up the 575s so we can pick up dollars on the way down. But they're till next Wednesday. So unless we get a breakdown like the 580 today, I probably won't. I'll leave them alone. But if we get over 604, let's call it. I mean, I'll lose a pretty decent chunk of change on those, but if we get over 604, then I'll dump them. So probably the easiest way, because it depends on how you're doing your straddles, by the way. But so I say it depends because there's a lot. The tricky thing with options is there's a ton of different styles to use, right? The most common one is you buy to open, sell to close. So think of it as like directionally. If you want it to go up, it's a call option. If you want it to go down, it's a put option, right? And you would buy to open either one or sell to close to, execute that trade. For some brokerages, the only way you can sell an option is if you own either one of two things. You either need to have a decent enough balance, or you have to own the underlying asset. So, and as an example, each option or contract is essentially, it carries the weight of 100 shares. So that's why they call it a contract. So if you buy 10, you're effectively controlling 1,000 shares worth of a given stock. Now I'm oversimplifying it, but hopefully this is just to like crash course 101, right? If you're not familiar with options. But typically to sell it, you're doing the opposite. So if you're selling a put option, right, you basically it's almost like buying a call option, if that makes sense. So the idea behind selling contracts or selling options is to collect premium. It's like right now, these premiums are amazing on the market, like dollar-wise. So like people are collecting a ton of premium today because two things. A, it's options expiration, number one, for today, which means without a doubt, people are going to have to recalibrate what they want to do with their stocks for next month, right? And then use their option strategy. Because typically, like big institutions, they trade the monthlies. Third week of every month is where you'll see the highest level volume of options. And that's, I would say, kind of old school in a way, because that's how it used to be, was you'd have options on a monthly basis like that you could buy, sell, trade. And excuse me. But the idea of options were always as a hedge mechanism. That's why they're called derivatives, right? So you would go buy, let's just say you buy Oracle right now at 291, and you go, I don't know, let's say you buy 1 million shares, right? And you're a big brokerage house. I'm not talking about like a day trader guy, like retail folks like us. And And who knows? Maybe there are definitely retail traders that can afford 290 million on a trade. Sure, but fundamentally, it would be a mechanism to go, okay, cool. As an example, I want to buy this at 290 for the shares, and then I'm going to maybe get a put option because I see markets are maybe trending down to protect any downside risk. And one contract represents, 100 shares. So if you buy 1 million shares, do the math. And you don't have to buy 1 million shares worth of contracts necessarily for options to like honor your share size. You just use it as a head stretch, insurance, basically. Now you can use options that expire daily. I mean, so that's a whole new thing. But typically, you'll find options expiration every third Friday, basically, of each month. Yeah, so I don't. When it comes to like options and stuff, I don't usually like. I mean, I'll just share with you guys like I'm picking them up. Again, I've had my tail saved a few times because of these put options. But the idea of really straddles are kind of like, hey, here's a range, and if the stock trades in that range, great. There's like a premium you can collect essentially. That's the goal. That's the target by a given date. So a lot of people use that, spreads, straddles, very common. But there's like iron condors. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. And so like I don't want to necessarily do that here because I don't know how many of you guys trade options, but it could be a very good use of time to learn up on options, I think. Good place to start, I think I mentioned this before, is learn the Greeks, understand the Greeks. And then, watch it. So when I say watch it, I mean like understanding, like row is one that who cares about that one? But the big ones matter, understanding delta, understanding gamma, understanding theta, like all that stuff matters, especially when you look at time horizons. So what's interesting is you could actually look at a given stock, for example, I don't know, since Oracle's right here, let me look at Oracle's next week. The 24th, sure. So like the $300 call options right now are $5.70 is the bid, $5.85 is the ask. So you usually end up somewhere in the middle, usually. So like if you're to buy one right now, maybe at $5.75, $5.80, $5.82, something in between that, right? But what's interesting, interesting to watch is, let's just say, you could even keep it up on your screen, on your machine. Behavior-wise, you can see the Greeks next to it move and shift as the price moves. And what's interesting is you can kind of figure out how much premium they're baking into the volatility of this particular stock. As an example, a $5 option for a stock that's $9 away from its strike is a lot of premium to pay, like a lot. And so what you could do once you figure out the Greeks, you could kind of figure out the math of like, hey, does this make sense to get it at this strike price versus a different strike price, maybe at 305 or 310. So it's a little further out of the money, but can that move happen? One. Number two, does the option premium validate an entry or not, right? Like, so there's ways of using the math, we'll say, behind the derivative. Like Oracle right now, the options are like way too expensive. I would not pay $5 for a strike price 10 points out of the money. There's no way. Even these options, like right now for the puts, like I hate the fact that they're so expensive. But point is like figuring out those premiums. If you're selling one and buying one, you collect your premium for, like, let's just say a spread or a straddle, depending. You're looking for a price range. So if it falls within that range, then you bank the profit of the premium. Anyways, Definitely spend some time on that, Christian, though, if you are looking to get into options trading. It's a lot of, I don't want to say it's fun, but if you're not careful, it can get expensive really quick. The only thing, the nice thing about options, though, is you know what your risk is. Or like, let's say, for example, I mentioned that contract, it's $500. Let's just say you buy one. The most money you can lose on that trade is $500. Now, if you're buying 10 contracts, now the most you can lose is $5,000, right? However, if a move moves in favor or against, you see it in your options really fast, especially one that's as cooked as that one I mentioned. Okay, let's look at it now. I'll pull it back up. So we were just talking, it was like 580, right? 590. It's down to like 550. So let's just say you had 10 contracts right then and there. You lost $300 already. And the price hasn't even moved really. It's stayed put. You know what I mean? So anyway, hope that helps. But I know options can be a really, really fun way to learn trading, etc. But it is definitely, like, if you don't understand charting, I would, from a technical perspective, I think, technical analysis, very important. Understanding when you see certain types of setups. Like, I think you guys remember Amir and I were both talking about 2 stocks, and we were both like, hey, this is a breakout in the making. AVGO was one of them, and I think MU was the other one, if I'm not mistaken. Might have even been yesterday when we were talking about that. But anyway, like, once you see a technical setup, it makes it a lot easier to trade. Let me see. I think it was AVGO. Let me look. Yeah, it was right here. It was like, hey, this looks like a great entry for possible breakout. It did. It broke out. And then MU. Same thing. Right here, entry, breakout. Like, this was a perfect setup, basically. Unfortunately, today, I don't really see perfect setups. Like, NVIDIA, I got in because I wanted to see this 183.20 hit, and I got in at 180.04. Always a plan. Levels marked. Took off, got paid on the way up. Now we're back down. We still got some running. It's fine. TSM, same thing. I actually have very, very small share size left in TSM. I'm going to probably dump it here in a minute. But anyway, if you don't understand technical analysis, I would spend a lot of time learning that part and then worry about options. Because if you get good at trading stocks like shares, then options aren't really as intimidating, because as long as you use the same principles, like, hey, I'm only willing to risk X, and if X happens, then I'm out. Cool. And if you're using it as a long-term hedge, which is what most big brokerage houses do, then you get to understand all the different strategies depending on your portfolio. So anyway, hope that helps. Look, I'm already over time, guys. I'm going to enjoy my weekend. I hope you guys do the same. I'm going to basically take this TSM trade off the books here. Overall, beautiful green day, slow and steady, nothing crazy. Yeah, hope you guys enjoy the weekend. We'll see you guys Monday. We should have Scott back with us on Monday as well. Looking forward to having him back in the chair. And hopefully you guys had an opportunity to crush it today. I will see you guys Monday at the Open. Cheers. God bless.